Hello, hello. Welcome everyone to more Final Fantasy XIV. Hopefully everything still sounds good. We are here to continue Hildibrand. And I know Boops isn't here yet, but just for Boops, I brought back the fat hatchling. Just for Boops. For whenever Boops gets here. If Boops gets here. But yes, last time, we started the Hildibrand questline, which meant we met him. We helped him, help a little girl who accidentally broke, like, ancient historical vase. We then tried to catch a weapon thief, who ended up being Gilgamesh, but it turns out there's two weapon thieves, and the one that we're after wasn't Gilgamesh. We were just conflating the two. We also tried to help prevent a bride from being stolen. It turns out the bride wasn't the target, it was a necklace she was carrying. So, you know, we've half done our jobs every time. The people who were helping have always been, grateful, but there has always been something stolen, so, oops. But yeah, today we continue on to try to catch, the thief. 8 armed and dangerous. Ellie has the latest information on the Phantom Thief's target. Make that big for you guys again. And alright. Fernlona, I was wondering when you'd show up. I've got the latest scoop on the Victor spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Coliseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Magina and Sons Mineral Concern. Such a perfect unit of chunky chick. Yeah, I love fat hatchling. It was just a spur-of-the-moment purchase just to show off, the gold saucer and all the things that you can get, and then I was just like, you guys would appreciate fat hatchling, and Boops immediately fell in love. As you do. They say Master Feargeist will be furnishing the prizes himself with his personal collection. Small wonder if it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes? It's only the largest mineral entrance in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Feargeist, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumor has it that he could buy half the realm if he chooses to. What is this person doing? Can you pick him out and leave? He's also renowned for being something of a martial artist enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settled for living vicariously through the exploits of others. Hence his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My colleague, Ganelon, is in Ulda covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he could be able to give us something to get our investigation started. So let's go. Sorry if I hit the mic every now and then. I'm not used to streaming keyboard and mouse games. My setup isn't quite meant for this. I can make it work, but... I'm gonna try to move it to the side so that I don't... Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganelon. She's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie! Well, if it is the Mithrai Star Reporter. Come to have a laugh at Gadelon's expense before returning to pen your latest front-page feature, huh? Oh, why? Very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Now, let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Coliseum. That bugger all, it's a travesty, I tell you. What? Who's speaking? I don't remember. Oh yeah, these, freaks. Completely forgot about them. Hutch, and Hamo, whatever's the matter. And where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The four of you will compete in the cup together, yeah? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Dower Meadow. Mishap my arse, this was sabotage. Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. And I swear it on me, Subligar. Can you not? Lower your voice, Hutch. My head stings enough without your bloody shouting. Okay, nope, it's, Hutchin. I was like, hoopst? Hutchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I'd been any quicker with my mantra, we'd still be firm and strong. Do not berate yourself, Hamo. In victory and in defeat, the Mantraville's fight is won. You bear no responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back to the fighting fettle by arson about in bed. I'm ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? But for you, Hutchin, I'm always ready. No, that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Sagoli. I hate how this guy's, like, pink is almost the same color as his skin. I hate it so much. The Mantravilles? As Hutchin tells it, they took their name from a training partner they met at the Fist of Ralger, a man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. This talk of attacks on the competitors, however, of this I would hear more. So yeah, last time Hildibrand had also mentioned that he had trained at the Fist of Ralger, which is a discipline of, like, monk/pugilist. So, yeah, Mandervilles, it's highly implied to be, Hildibrand, if not his father, Godbert, because, they both, well, I mean, Godbert clearly has fighting prowess. We actually haven't seen Hildibrand fight. He just says that he has trained at the, like, under the Fist of Ralger. Yes, I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yeah? With mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants, have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. Why do I feel like I keep needing to turn the music up? With the list of entrants shrinking by day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between the few battlers that remain. The Phantom Thief's challenge, gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concerned sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in his office within the Coliseum halls. I'll send word to the gentleman, Yuyubaya. He owes the Mithril Eye a favor or two. Splendid! Come, Frelona, we've got a case to crack. Oh, it's loud. Why is cutscene music so loud? Or so quiet? I don't know. Alright, anyway, Yuyubaya! Where are you, buddy? I need you to get me in. From the Mithrai, you say? Then by all means, you're free to enter. I'm Ellie, reporter for the Mithrai. Never blinking, all seen. You know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself. Ask away, my girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called Phantom Thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided there's someone still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have taken everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took another's head off for insulting the color of his sublet. And it looks like we got ourselves another... Those two aren't in the entry books. There they are. Damn, maybe Briarden should enter the tournament. And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Briarden. As efficient as ever, I see. True, gentlemen. Excuse violence, Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Hey, can we get you to join the tournament? Being able to take down an opponent in one punch is pretty good. Dower Meadow, I presume? Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney, and try to be brief. I was wondering when you might ask. Master Fergus has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Coliseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection. The Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun spear you'll find outside the Cairn. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at either. But I don't care how many faces he's got, we've got nothing to fear from this thief. The concern is hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, then go fetch them and bring them to me. Be quick about it. I haven't got all day. He just wants to help too. You can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do you have that you ate Mr. Many Faces in another one of his elaborate get-ups? Nah, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you have to claim them as any other would, and battle. As a matter of fact, well, with the ranks as thin as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger! We got some fresh blood for the melee! Give me a moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms, or were they legs? I hate this thing. I hate this thing so much! You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Alvia the grand tour. Inspector Hildibrand, look! He's purple! Astute as ever, Nashu! This color, this overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. That's just my receptionist, Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it that he has, one of many, that he's one, word has it he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient cantations at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Don't know why I could not say that. They were going to seal him away in a hole in the desert with the others when he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Coliseum. And am I ever glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure as hell got its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. Do you see why I hate this fucking thing? Do you see why I hate this thing? I know not who you are or where you hail from, but I don't care. If you challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor spoils, and that's me. Oh, I just love when she talks tough. And who's the chump who wanted to get a pummeling by my little Avi? I guess it's me. Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done. Fernona with Falcon will be entering the tournament on my behalf. But you have the stronger punch! You have the far stronger punch! Fernona with Falcon? You do look like a Wisfalquin. Well, bugger me with a spear to think I'd see the day when a warrior of light stood in my coliseum. Hear that clink, clink, clinking? That's the sound of gil pouring in our coffers when the public finds out that a true Eorzean hero will be stepping in the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along too. Just show them where the signalty. I think Ultros is also another, like, reoccurring entity in the Final Fantasy games, but, other than this one, I don't think I've played any that he's in, so I don't know if he's always, like, a disgusting pervert. But, he sure is in this game, and I don't like it. Not at all. With Fernlona, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that she doesn't come down with a curious injury. That gladiatrix. Avila, was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Haha, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot! As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Fernlona here safe? Let us return to Ganelon and see what else he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well, I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust that you'll share it with me at the first opportunity. Yeah, but also, I mean, I'm not gonna not tell Hildibrand or anybody else. I'm playing all sides, so I always come out on top. God, yeah, that was one thing I do remember from this quest line is you are going to go in and out of this little, like, area transition constantly in this little bit. Try to keep an eye out for the pink Lala because Nashu's out and about and therefore he might be as well. I suppose our questioning of Mr. Ultros can wait. Let us see if this Ganelon fellow can enlighten us. Look, I know you're the warrior of light and all, but we can't afford to take any chances. Be on your guard, Fernlona. What, you again? I already told you that. What, enter the tourney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you, but in the end, you've got to protect yourself, you hear? So, I've been asking around, and it seems that more than a few of the fighters who, pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrior by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me that this girl is bad news, but don't take it from me when you can hear from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat. Had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round, and found himself with a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Oh, the plot ever thickens. While I have my doubts that the lovely Avila is behind these dastardly incidents, it would behoove us to hear what this raging rat fellow has to say. Okay, you say the same thing. To the Pugilist Guild. To the punchy punchies. Gonna have a good old laugh at the old raging rat. Oh, come to have a good old laugh at old raging rat's expense, have you? Well, you're not the first. I say, is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate that today that your guest is Hildibrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me to how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my arts, have you not a wit of delicacy? Never you mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout at the top of me lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade, some kind of foul sorcery if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl's up to no good. If she weren't so damn easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. The girl's Alamegan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you have nothing to lose? Just some casual racism about the refugees. Hell yeah. Great. Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work for Lona. Let's be on our way. I didn't mean no offense, miss. Just telling it like it is, as it were. Yeah, sure, man. Perhaps it truly is some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice? She didn't strike me as the magic-wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the ladder. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress of you yet. I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boar. If what the man says is true, then it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying from every which way. Avila and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Do you still have a home? I mean, you ran away like 10 years ago. Incredible! Your powers of deduction never failed to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultros should still be at the Coliseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off to whencever he came. Calmly walks away after saying, let's hurry. Yeah, we're kind of surrounded by idiots, aren't we, Ellie? But they're lovable idiots. At least the ones that we have been forced with for hours at this point. Not so much Raging Rat. Is there a pink Lalafell wearing a straw hat nearby? There's fucking this guy leering at a woman again. I think we're still in the clear, maybe? Hey, Em, welcome, welcome. Shh, friend, and look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ulti is a most fascinating creature indeed. And he's leered at a woman. Can we please just kill him already? I don't like Ultras. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks. Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. I crave violence. Oh, what's this? The girl has fled in a panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. Or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. And back out we go. I told you we are going to live in this fucking area transition. There he is! There he is! This goddamn llama! Also leering! Again, there's not gonna be any kind of payoff, not until I do the third arc of, Hildibrand. But keep an eye out for this asshole! We are gonna see him a lot! Aha, there he is! You will not escape us so easily, Mr. Ultros! Leering at yet another woman. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. Why might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste pretty, I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. Oh, wait, he speaks. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? Can we please? Yes, please. I wouldn't want to eat him, but hey, man, if it means putting him out of his misery, I agree wholeheartedly. Please. Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. And gone. The Lalafell is gone. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, because I don't know if like Twitch ever actually gives a notification. There is a new emote that I put live last night. Specifically because of this, and because Boops asked for one, and somehow inspiration struck and I actually like drew something. It's a miracle. Poor Mr. Ultros didn't seem to have much luck with the ladies. Speaking only for myself, I'd love to have him for dinner. Perhaps in a nice lemon butter sauce. I wish I could help you, Nashi, with that. I wish I could help you. What price victory? Hildibrand is contemplating the implications of Ultros' behavior. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was just a gentle soul, luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes, yes. Now perhaps we can return to our investigation. If Avila is as suspicious as they say, we should follow her around for a bit. Dour Meadow back at the Coliseum should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Coliseum and speak with Dour Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Alvila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls! I have a better idea. I'm gonna just reword your idea. Don't think Uncle Ulti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, huh? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come on now, I just want what any old octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, the admiration of millions. Can Uncle Ulti dream? No. Well, kids, I hate to ink and run, but then again, I am an octopus. Also, stop breaking the fourth wall. Oh, okay, goodbye. Back and forth and back and forth. Forward and back, and then go forward and back, and then go one forward and back, and go one foot forward. That's not the exact lines. Yeah, what is it? I'm a busy man. Looking for Avila, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the coffin. Reckon you might still be able to find her there. I warn you, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Gadalon tried to interview her for an article. I thought the girl was gonna rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're just looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, that might just be the ticket. I can assure you that there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we shall ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Let's go and see how this explodes. All right, what's going on? What do your inspector eyes see? Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here as to not set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you? There's no cause for concern. The spoils shall be mine. It may as well be written stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long, but my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Roban al-Din won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we'll be kicked to the gutter by the Uldans no longer. And with that, I must be off to the Nanamal Wines to meet my sister. Miss Avila's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue. God, can you leave? Trying to steal Avila from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that's not gonna happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu? Heavens no. This is far more elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're on to me. Preposterous! Could it be that musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I see. In any event, I shudder what to think of what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me! Heave-ho! You gotta be kidding me! Good. Good. Get rid of Ultros, he sucks. Ultros is so wacky. This entire quest line is wacky. Is he always like this? Because I believe he's, as I said earlier, I think he's a reoccurring entity in the Final Fantasy games, but this is the only game I've played that has him in it, I think. That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a bit closer. He's only in 6, okay. That'll explain it. I haven't played 6. I thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Where he tries to kidnap the lead singer of an opera. So he's always been the same. Understood. Got it. With how much this game pulls from 6 and how everybody like constantly talks about 6, I feel like 6 should be the first pixel Final Fantasy I play. If only so that I can finally understand. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Hedgelina. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from the, Eshtames, sun silk dresses, all the luxuries you ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn from the all-done upper crust. Those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take a rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Avi. Both is well and all well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I could ask for. That's your problem, Hedgelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than you're worth, but worry not, for your sister is watching over you. I'll do this, for us. Now I must return. God's forbid one of those prying reporters overheard us. Too late! Too late! That's my Avi, unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment's tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe. FF6 is real well liked. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't hear too much about 1 through 5. Every now and then I hear stuff about 3 or 4, but like 1, 2, and 5, I hear like nothing. Wait, no, that's not true. Every now and then I also hear 5. It's 1 and 2 that I hear like nothing about. Can you leave, sir? Nobody has played 1 through 3. They're too old. You know what? Fair. Do they not have pixel remasters? Which ones have pixel remasters? A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen. Yet, I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. It would seem that Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were all alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you hear what I just heard? Four through 6 is the SNES era FFs and have a big fan base. Okay, yeah. that'll do it. Look, kids, Uncle Ulti has it up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little girl? I'm talking to you, Mrs. Warrior Light. You hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. How did you flip upside down? Not you, you idiot! No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I am pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall we return to Ulda? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long, and last thing we want is, after all this, is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, you've got another thing coming. Another think coming? Is that a typo? 0 out of 10 game unplayable. Time to break out the big guns, kids! Wait a minute, I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around, Give me a break! Good. Now stay in there as we fill it up with lemon butter sauce. Come on. Keep going. But yeah, again, even if I do like play like 6 or whatever, that's not going to be for a while because the next Final Fantasy I want to play is going to be a replay of 9. And in fact, I might do that after Wind Waker. Whatever does he think he's found this time? I don't know, let's ask. Nine awesome. Yeah, 9 was my first Final Fantasy, so, you know, holds a special place in my heart. Even though I only first played it, like, a couple years ago. Yes? Yes, is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed Inspector senses are tingling. I fear our most fearsome adversary lurking about. This time you're really up creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Coliseum. He's large and in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. How's Wind Waker going? Pretty good. We did the Tower of Gods. So now we have to do the 2 Sage Temples and then do the Triforce Shard hunt, which I'm not looking forward to. But hey, during that I'm going to be able to basically run around and explore the entire world map and get all the like pieces of heart and stuff that I'm missing. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all night. Hey Godbird, how you doing? Why are you naked again? Also, just flinging a chimera like it's nothing. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be that the aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. Well, what brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear. And with that, we must return to Ul'dah. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father. Remind me to never go to one of their family reunions. God, just who is this inspector anyway? The Gentleman of Light. The best inspector there ever was. Hildy is indeed a worthy rival, if there ever were one. Who goes there? Enkidu! Where's my new emote? Where's my new emote? Where is it? There it is. Just for this stream. I mean, it's going to be here forever, but I made it specifically for this. I made an Enkidu. Hildy, for Lona, I've been waiting for this day. Well, look who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. And a friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, the wandering duelist. And I'm not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes the two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this might just be our lucky day. Nobody can ever say Gilgamesh's name, right? Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. For Lona is a formidable foe. Sorry. That sounded like high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as a sidekick. That inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you. You will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons that I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Because you steal people's weapons, buddy. Not that we don't do the same in other video games, but... Friend Lona, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventure is too strong to take on alone... I'll just have to bring along a friend. A supple twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Nobody here but us octopods? Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend! Go get him! Kill! The fact that Godbird can flash step is amazing. Muscle heads, I hate them! Well then. Guess teleporting to the Thaumaturge's Guild is quicker? Good heavens, chancing upon my father like that. I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I had hoped to uncover more of Miss Avila's secrets, but no better. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Yeah, let's go compete. The trouble with truffles, Hildibrand appears to be in something of a hurry. Good heavens! We haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves on the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. What treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I will not lower myself to their level. Well, hopefully we won't have to. Is it just me, or is Mr. Ultros a bit lumpier than he was before? No, he is. We should give him more. He deserves them. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. I'm one shabby-looking octopus. I'll tell you, they don't pay me enough for this. But that's going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Funga. Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us as to, ye gads, who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? I fell down some stairs, that's all. Now get lost, I'm a busy octopus. Funga. Ouch, you have my sympathies, sir. Is it a challenge enough to coordinate our 4 limbs, let alone 8 of them? Is there someone inside your office? No, what gave you that idea? I'm simply, fumigating the place for pests. Pests like yourself. Now, don't you go have a battle to go fight? Funga. Inspector, I think something's alive in there. That's just me, talking to myself. Yes, gods, yes, gods. Working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and yet still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work? I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Berlona, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. But what if I want to be stupid? But what if I want to join them? Thinking hard. Thinking sucks. I somehow never realized I could jump over that rope. Mr. Otros is truly a man after my own heart. A gentleman among octopods. Listening to Mr. Otros talk is truly inspiring. I dare say he's looking more appetizing by the minute. Good. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? Not really. I mean, we've learned that Avila has like a very big motivation to win, but we have no conclusive proof that she's behind anything. I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she is taking necessary precautions to ensure her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly avoided a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appeared considerably worse for wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Otros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It's not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research into our eight-legged friend. It would appear that Otros has become something of a regular at Aldol's taverns and houses of pleasure. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means I fear that your life is still in danger, Finlona. It can't be more dangerous than the Ultima weapon and Gaius and all that. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pro Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would ask that you bring them to me. Fine. I'll go do your dirty work, because I do everyone's dirty work, because we don't know how to say no. Whether it's saving the world or helping a farmer plant his crops. We are here to help everyone. And that one. And one more. Go. And then let's teleport back. Well, let me see what you found. A large wooden box containing all sorts of detritus gathered from the Colosseum. Some of it is still twitching. Now what have we here? I guess a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails, and what's this? A sack even more foul smelling than the gourd it was lying in, if that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the inside. Syndicate Sundries. It would seem that this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership. And back over we go! Forward and back and forward, forward and back, and then you go forward and back. One foot forward. Man, that song for being from a Heaven's Word fight really does embody a realm reborn. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning lady like yourself be looking for today? Battlefields the day after a slaughter smell better than the unknown contents of this bag. Sorry, ma'am, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now, did Ultra send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that, distinctive aroma, they're only for the most discerning of customers. Which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order for today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briarden, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away from Lona here? This gentleman is not impressed. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Did you find anything in Inspector... Oh, good gods! What is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many an old Don gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be as so bold as to ask the recipe? It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. Zoltros is also buying very stinky, mushrooms. Do you feel the anticipation in the air, my friend? This shall go down in the Orsian history as the greatest battle since they slew that dragon. That did actually happen, yes? No, it did not, unfortunately. At least not that we know of. The Colosseum Conundrum. Briarden has seen enough incompetence for the day. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battles begin. Here's the plan, Fernlona. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood? Okay, bye everyone, including that random player. Do you feel the anticipation in the air, my friend? This shall go down in the Orsian history as the greatest battle since... Yeah, you said that already. And then I believe you said that already, so let's go. There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. I'd be remiss not to tell you that there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and since none other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are just pouring in. And bookmakers across town are raking in the gill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Mr. Fergus himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. The future is looking bright for old Dower Meadow, that is. So what do you say? Are you ready to get your asses kicked? Yes, I am indeed ready for battle. Let's go. Alright, that's what I'd like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to roll and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Crop, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern, is about to begin. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo, Friend Lona, the famed warrior light, or who was that grinning fellow again? Nah, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. He doesn't seem to care that his entire stick was just made fun of. Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the eight-legged purple purveyor of pain? Here I am. Did you miss me? No. Leave. I said we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. All right, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then, when it's just the two of us, I take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise. Well, she's doing pretty good. Look at Avila's blade spin! Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed them tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. The crowd loves it. It's just us two. You are next. Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Ain't nothing like the rich taste of roasted truffles. All this fighting is giving guilty an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute, roasted truffles? Braised in savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full of where that came from. That meddling musclehead! What's taking him so damn long? The girls gives it away. Open the gate at once. Funga? Hey, look, it's Taifu. What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach? I hear rumbling. Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? God, you look gross. What fascinating friends you have, Ulti. Why, just look at this charming little nose and... Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Funga! There he goes. Up, and away. Could it be? Alvila's vaunted Tempest Blade. It was that monster all along. That girl played us for fools.
it was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know, for my work and all. Come on, Dower, has Uncle Alti ever lied to you? What'd I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Alamegans. Beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give them a home in her lands, and this is the thanks we get? Send her to Gallimore for all I care. Just get her all right safe before I get sick. Gotta love the casual racism to people who have been displaced. But I just wanted to, my sister. I feel for the girl, my little octopus heart goes out for her, but rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Alti may be so bold, I said we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Ferlona here. What do you say, Mistress Warrior of Light? I mean, I guess. If it gives me the chance to kick your ass. That's what we want to see. Oh, Trouse! Oh, Trouse! Oh, Trouse! Well, this is the most unprecedented turn of events, but who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue? Halatali, the fighters, the tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Warrior Light. Who will be left standing when the storm has settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. Why are we changing venues? Why are you giving Ultros and Typhon the most advantage you could possibly give them? I mean, oh, okay, he got stuck in the ceiling. I mean, I know we're the Warrior of Light and all, but come on. He did not fight as a gentleman. So to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would have been positioned so as to appear as coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now, Ferlona. Let us make for Halatali. He'll be fine. He'll be fine, probably. He's like a cartoon character. There's no telling what inane trickery that octopus will attempt next. Be on your guard, Ferlona. Suppose if anyone can defeat those fiends, it's you. Be safe, Ferlona. Well, this turn has turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing constellation prizes for the melee, it looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I couldn't give a Natsars. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say, 7 of them? That should even the odds, eh? So yep, here we go. The next trial. We have to go fight Typhon and Ultros together. Alright, should I be a tank or a healer? I haven't been a scholar in so goddamn long. Let's shake off that rust. We need try never read the description for the first Gilgamesh fight, did I? My bad. In his quest to acquire the strongest of weapons, the notorious duelist Gilgamesh has long eluded authorities. Until now. Forced to take a stand at the impassable Griffin's Crossing, he has challenged you to a duel. Triumph, and he shall yield his latest prize, but should you fail, your weapons will be forfeit. But right now, we are doing the Dragon's Neck. It's a frenetic free-for-all, as the Mithril Cup moves to Halatali for the cinematic confrontation. Rain will lash and winds will bluster in this perfect storm of a battle. When the tempest subsides, who will rise above the chaos to lay claim to the victor's spoils? Will it be the warrior of light, savior Eorzea and champion of her people, or the dastardly duo of Ultros and Typhon? All will be answered in Halatali atop the Dragon's Neck. Oh, you say 13 minutes. What if I did it as a tank? Okay, nope, we're tanking again, because apparently the estimate is way better. Never mind. Holy shit, that was instant. Come on, other tank, let's go. Combatants, the final confrontation will be held here atop the Dragon's Neck. If all members of a team fall from the platform, they forfeit the match. Seafood soup is not on the menu today. So yeah, there is a ring out rule to this fight. If everybody on our team falls off, that is counted as a loss and we have to start over. Over here, Ultros. So yeah, in this fight, the two tanks actually get to both tank. It's kind of a miracle. So Ultros will occasionally heal Typhon, and he will occasionally like attack and cause like debuffs. After a certain amount of time has passed, he will also start to turn people into imps. If you get turned into an imp like that, you don't really do a whole lot of damage. You're really just here to like punch the debuffs off of people. Typhon over there has a bunch of knockback attacks. And so he's the one that you have to like be careful of, especially once he starts doing this. Because I believe this means that his big thing is starting. Ultros, look at me. So yeah, luckily if you get knocked off, you're fine. You just get stunned for a couple seconds and you can jump back up. The problem is if everybody gets knocked off. Okay, here's the thing that he's doing. Funga is absolutely, or Typhon is absolutely the bigger threat in this fight. Oh fuck, we're spinning this way. Because he, if you step into these winds, you are going to get knocked off the platform, which is really bad. So you have to go spinning around and making sure that you don't get hit by either of them, while also making sure that you fight. There we go, Ultros is down. He's doing his big snort, so we want to get up close. Ideally, you can also use one of your skills. So, like, every class also has a skill to resist knockback. For physical fighters, It is in a skill called Arm's Length. For casters, it is Sure Cast. And it's easy peasy. Morning again. I feel like such a sucker. And Verlona claims the Mithril Cup. Let me just say GG. And then hide the thing. Heal debuffs? Nah. Punch debuffs? Yeah. The thing is, that fight is so easy, most of the time the imps don't even do that. They just continue to try to punch like the enemy, as you probably saw. Because like the debuffs don't change too much. You can honestly kind of ignore them because you're most likely going to be overpowered as hell when you do this fight. Even with the level, like, scaling. But the idea that you can just punch debuffs off of people as an imp is really good. You did it, Frelona. With any luck, we've seen the last of that lecherous devilfish. Good show, Frelona. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum. We got a sprout! Somebody's returning to the Aetherite for the first time. Sprouts are what you call newbie players, because newbie players will have a little like leaf icon, like a sprouting plant. Technically I have it too, but I'm going to lose it very soon because I'm almost caught up. Because you will lose your sprout icon once you have both 300 hours of playtime, and 2, make it to the most recent expansion. So because I'm in the post Shadowbringers patches and I'm almost at Endwalker, Endwalker is the newest expansion because Dawntrail hasn't come out yet. As soon as I start Endwalker, I will lose the sprout icon. Most remarkable display of martial skill, my adventuring friend. Clearly you have been observing me well in our travels together. I still have not seen you fight. You're presumably a monk or a pugilist, but I have not seen you fight. The ceremony will begin at any moment now. Be on your guard. Our adversary may be anywhere. Or anyone. Losing Sprout is so weird after having it for so long. I know, I'm gonna miss my little leaf. And it was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Get out of here, Ultras! Behold, from the personal vaults of Master Feargeist himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure like the realm our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's prominent pilferer. Love Squid? Look, Ultros is a fun design. I hate him personally because he's a goddamn pervert. Above you. Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act has dragged on overlong, but worry not. The main event is about to begin. know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words. You have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name. Greg? Greg? Gilgamesh? I think not, Hildegard. Greg! 'Tis always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. The crowd laughing. Frelona, you have bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Do you not mean your skewer? My spear! Hell yeah. Enkidu gets a treat. He loves being chased. He loves it. Vile thief, is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once. Seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure that I've had a tissue here somewhere. Funga! Enkidu's still just eating the truffles. Alas and alack! The ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend! Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man. Hi, Godbert. But of course, brilliant father, if the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Dalamud. Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian, Manderville? Skyward, as only a Manderville can! Father, you know not your own strength! Well, that could have worked. Almost. 997, 998, 999. Ah! There goes Enkidu. These legs, they look strangely familiar. Go enjoy your truffles, Enkidu. Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing, the ring is fake. But no matter, I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been a most attentive audience. That key! Bloody hells! Guards, seize the feet at once! A bomb! I love their little giggle. Our Meadow was dead. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, it's gone! Second prize? What's the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. Master Goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun spear is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous! It's just the dim lighting. Yeah, now if you just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain. Oh, hey, Hilda, you good? You're out of the hole. I sold out my honor, joined forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure? What a fool I've been. Whatever was I thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it is exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hedgelina and nothing more. Suppose I was at that. Wait, how do you know my sister's name?
I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to the no, help. Under no circumstances did I tell you to the 901 mines to eavesdrop on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I was truly fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. As I've said, we may be really, really bad at stopping the thefts. We are really good at cheering people up, though. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the keys to the storeroom. Clearly the second prize, this ring of inquiry, inquiry, I guess, was his target from the start, but why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen, a pattern that betrays his true intentions. The treaty blade, Azima's virtue, the ring of inquiry, all relics of quite a history, or, to be more precise, relics from the era of the Billadians. Oh, if that is so, then the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found the Eorzea's greatest museum of Billadian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us as such. Where is the calling card? There it is. Is it just me or is it actually massive? Uh-oh. Briarda, why did you dodge backwards and not to the side? And there goes Hildibrand. They're both dead. I have enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So this is the thief's final challenge to us, but what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Belladia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of the sun. An old legend. Little more than a fairy tale at that. Yet it seems the Phantom believes that there is some truth in these hordes.
Four sacred relics from Biladia, the Warden's justice. Lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far. An Uldan collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul and the brass blades, and now a mining magnate and the stone torches. Is it any surprise the sympathies of ordinary Uldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? It's almost a Robin Hood. Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Why does next target be another member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself?
Haha! Then it will be to his downfall. For the greater challenge, the higher I rise. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces. There is but one man who shall lay claim to the four lost relics of Biladia, and it shall be Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire.
Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence.
Oops. Was that? No, it couldn't be. Ha! Methinks Godbert may need a new pair of spectacles.
They're being lectured. Good God, that first branch took like 2 hours. Luckily, there's only one left.
It's a race to recover the four lost relics of Biladia. As the Fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed. Will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Will our hero do only what a Manderville can?
Hildibrand will return in her last vow. The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forget what you actually looked like? I have. And did you see how they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well. See you next time. All right, and on to the fifth and final branch, I believe, of ARR, Hildibrand. Shades of Silde. Ellie would share with you a shocking new turn in the Phantom Thief case. I was wondering when you'd show up for Lona. I hope you haven't made any plans for the night, because we've got a situation on our hands. Again, each of those, like, up to a point, up to the like little next time on Hildibrand things, these quests were updated, added to the game in patches. So the whole I wonder when you'd show up is because in real life, like a couple of months, I believe, had passed in between what we just saw and this being available. Remember our good friend, the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Uldan society. Mr. Many Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No, the only things my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye's been selling like Ponzi cakes. The only rub is that it's left me with no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we, Fernlona? The hidden treasure of Old Da, was it? Well, if there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who. To Sun Silk's tapestries. Whomst? I do not know. Not off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Wyman, of course. Well, now, if it ain't my fellow adventurer and my favorite Mithril Eye reporter along with her. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help 2 lovely ladies, I'm afraid you found old Wyman at a loss. Well, that has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. A welcome our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. Can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan in a right dither. Word has it that they form a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the world of watch from this very threat. The Sultan's sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with the Sultan's sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Fernlona. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oh, wait, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. Man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time, the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you I'm ready for whatever danger lies ahead. Besides, being a reporter is more about selling papers, or is more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Fernlona, time's of the essence. God. Stop making me run everywhere! At least we're not going in and out of the Coliseum constantly anymore. There we are. Oh, it's you again. Where have I seen this man before? He was a victim of Gilgamesh. Halt. Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Thou bugger me with a broadsword. It's the gentleman of Light's adventure companion, that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan's sworn recruiter to land yourself this position? Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me. To the depths of me soul, like. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. The Sultans were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into the ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in this investigation, haven't you? Car, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the 2 ladies who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Felice. She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, it seemed. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Billadia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you to not touch anything, right? Pleasure to meet you, Felice. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that might shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. If I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Fernlona Westfalcon, yes? You know Fernlona? As any regular reader of the Mistral I would, must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist the investigation. Doubtless the Inspector too, will also welcome a helping hand. Of course, it's this Inspector. The Sultan's sworn, the elite of Ul'dah's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Oh, don't you worry, we're gonna fail too. Inspector Briarden, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Fernlona, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what is in your... Demasking Dusk, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. And now, analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counteragent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it will appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector! The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time! Fear won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan's War at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? Hidden treasure of Ul'dah, the last of the 4 relics of Belladia? Fear not. I've poured through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, each possessed by these 4 Belladian heroes, but it makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times he has foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play until the fiend's strengths. Yeah, we're really bad at guessing what the thief is after, huh? We're really bad at this. We're good at basically any other problem we run into and or cause by looking into the thievery. But we're really bad at solving the actual thefts. All artifacts of Belladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of Damascene dust and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have my word, my lady. Probably too deep of a voice for your face, but I don't care. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard the recent rash of murderers perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan's Warrant have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Welcome back, Hildy. Cast all worry from your heart, milady. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the Damascus dust that is the talk of the palace. But you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be.
A shame that.
Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders.
Alright, let's pull us an Ace Attorney.
Because Ace Attorney almost exclusively deals with murder mysteries.
The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that they were all influential figures in their respective circles, we can identify no common threads connecting the 3.
Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a sword? Strangled with a subligure, mayhap?
I'm afraid we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action quickly. We must take action, and quickly.
Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My Rome-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice.
Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please take this Damascus desk with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. On behalf of the Sultan Sworn, your assistance with the murder investigation is greatly appreciated. Leave the defense of the royal vault to us.
The gentleman of light in the flesh. Hells, he's every bit as muscular and majestic as I remembered.
Someone's got a crush. He may have 1,000 faces, but with Inspector Briarden's Damascus Dusk, the masquerade will soon be over. Heck yeah. Let's go catch us a thief! For real this time!
Come to accompany on yet another case, Fred. I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear the role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Frelona, my ever-loyal associate.
Hell yeah.
And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by investigating the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasimo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot but leave clues behind. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me that should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate, we shall put Miss Felice's Damascus dust to good use.
What about the frickin' pink lollipop in the straw hat? Where are we going? Ah, outside. Or Western Vanderland, there we are. Flowers. How intriguing. Yeah, huh, there are just some flowers laying on the ground.
I don't know what is wrong with me. I saw these, mill digger things, whatever the hell they are, in the distance, and I thought it was like something with like a bunch of like robotic like spider crab legs like approaching for a split second, and I was like, what the hell is that? Oops. Flowers. Yes, it is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, huh? Huh? I'm the one who put that flowers here, huh?
To honor the memory of me old poor boy. You dare defile his memory, huh? Huh?
1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean...
Leave this place. Run away while you can. Run far, far away. Right, I'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy.
A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense.
Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Silde? Old Daw's sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Silden alchemist, one with the power to turn the living into the undead, that this nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers, the traitor's spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotting flesh and then ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan sworn. Thal alone knows why. But they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay my last respects.
The traitor's spurn? I heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here?
A Silden, I'm sure of it. Only a Silden would know the recipe. But the last remnants of Silden died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did. They did.
Ma'am, are you good? I know you just lost your son, but are you good? I don't think she is.
He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does, but did it ever occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God phantom? Eh? Heard the tales of from my own great-great-grandma, I did. About the 4 relics of Belladia, the powers they hold, the power to extract justice. A specter of Silde has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Well, woe unto us all. Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us?
Well, I'm a 5th, and I'm right here.
My dear boy, if only you'd become a traitor like your father. If only you kept your nose out of those history books and never so much as breathed the accursed name of Silde. But you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed!
Ma'am, I think you need help. Also, we have come back around to zombies! This arc started with zombies, and now it shall end with zombies. Bleeding Horson's here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles.
There he is! There's the Lalafell! He's in the cutscene this time!
The most potent hair tonic the realm has seen. And it was, for all of a fortnight before my floor and locks fell right all over again. I was chatting up a lovely young lass in the quicksand just to twist a knife in the extra ilm. Montebank? What is that? What is today's word of the day? Mountebank. Mountebank. A person who deceives others, especially in order to trick them out of their money. A charlatan. A person who sold patent medicines in public places. I see. I understand now. Charlatan! We'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. So what do we have? A phantom thief turned murderer who's also turning people into zombies. And then we also have Eleazar, who is very mad that he is bald again. Oops. Shades from Silde. Living men turned to zombies. The old crone's not lost just her son, but her wits as well. But you are aware there are zombies in the desert, right? Right? I literally fought them last week. Sibling strife. Hildibrand is onto something, or at least he thinks he is. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I have suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a werewolf spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the Spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there will contain a knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildib might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need.
Are you just trying to get rid of us, Briarden?
You can count on me, Inspector Briarden. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. I'd be much obliged if you can keep him out of my way, Ferlona. I have some real investigating to do, and I would prefer to be free of distractions.
Hi, Giant Tortoise. How are you doing? Sure are a giant tortoise. I believe you can get a mount of this thing from the gold saucer. And when it flies, it gets really silly because like you're riding on top of the shell. And so it like tucks in all of its limbs, like its head and its feet and stuff into itself. And then like fire starts coming out of it and then it like spins around. And that's how the giant tortoise mount flies. I don't remember how much it costs. So I'm not sure if I can just like easily buy it like I did Fat Hatchling. Gods be good, you're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Sildil, are you? Why, I'm pleased to say they have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. So yeah, I forget exactly which dungeon it is because there's several of these, but there is an optional dungeon where you like are going to like the ruins of like some like ancient civilizations in this region, and she is involved in one of them. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still to the birth of their mother nation, Belladia. The 5th Alster era was the age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the 6th umbral calamity, which in turn swallowed the once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Belladia some 8 centuries agone. Imagine a government of mages by mages for mages. What wonders might have wrought might have been wrought had Belodia civilization survived to this very day. At last, it was not to be. Well, thanks for the lore dump. What about you? What lore dump can you give me? You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Silde. As a fellow student of history, though, I'm more than welcome to the conversation. Beladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, and forming the twin nations of Ul'dah and Silde. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. So could only go well, I see. Knowledge is power, and surely our Thaumaturge friends have a wealth of knowledge on the feud between Ul'dah and Silde. Let us begin our inquiry. Inquiry. I'm already ahead of ya, buddy. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Ul'dah and the fallen Sultanate of Silde. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in an outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Ul'dah emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome the Ul'dah's superior numbers, Silde alchemists devised the most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion on those of the living who were just too weak or too wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation and, It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our fairbearers were able to emerge victorious against those horrors. I see you. You're back there. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ul'dah and Silde? I suppose I could spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. Two scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ul'dah weighing prosperity and power, and the silver of Silde weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the two nations differed greatly. Yeah, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Ul'dah prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power brought by Silde knowledge was horrific beyond belief. This sounds like a lot of, hey, the winner, the victors write history. The power that ripped the living soul out of a man and rendered him a mindless killing machine. I mean, yes, the whole zombie thing is horrific, but just this blanket statement is just like, that doesn't feel very good. On this matter, the histories are clear, but riddle me this, friend. Who writes the histories, and what does this say of the words writ within? Yeah, the truth can be elusive and as fickle as the shifting sands. Or at least you admit it. I'll take that at least. As one example, did you know that in the war against the Silde, Ul'dah and the Maj warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I, until I encountered a fatal passage in an ancient chest buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I've said too much already. Interesting. So, the two nations had a big rivalry, but there's a good chance that history is being askewed. My ever loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. Oh, please let them do. I want to see what your theories are. A war of succession divides the great nation of Belladia.
giving rise to the sibling nations of Olda and Silde. The two nations coexist for some generations until ill blood spoils over, culminated in an outright war. Daunted by Olda's superior military might, Silde employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of the doomed Silde, who seeks vengeance on those who reduced his countrymen to slavery and zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Silden statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. Buddy, I think that man's also dead. Brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go and find yourself a shovel and dig the statesman out of his grave yourself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Silde. This garish robe is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Silde connection would also serve to explain his rare knowledge of Bilden relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of her adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me? Of course! My keen investigator senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like the strain of brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? I say we shall. Let me teleport. There we go. I could not click the thing, help me. My keen instincts tell me that Master Guguria's testimony will be key to a monumental breakthrough in our investigation. Yes, I shall employ the ancient Manderville art to parlay to skillfully extract the information we require. So, sir, do you have a breakthrough for us, please, and thank you? We are kind of struggling here. Yes? If you got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to be wasted chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter from the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed him? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. Thought I recognized that voice. Oh yeah, you! Lady Dorilda, well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair morning? What? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briarden. This is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? I'm surprised you're so fond of Briarden, given how we messed up and got your thief stolen, or your sword stolen. Like, obviously she doesn't care for Hildibrand, but I mean, Briarden messed up too. We quite literally just gave the sword to the thief. Guguria? We can discuss business after. Pray, let the inspector here. the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. Hey, you know, that doesn't narrow it down. Because there are definitely people that are into either of them. Trying to be the handsome one doesn't narrow it down. It could still be either. But, Lady Dorota, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had one in mind of the one of the prized pieces of Ishtame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or should I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ul'dah myself? I'll say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, hope to regain something truly priceless. Something more valuable than any mere trinket. He's so happy. But look, our tomfoolery is paying off because we did help the people with their personal problems. All right, I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing behind half of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The traitor's sperm, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. Got me to thinking. Still dead, 5 victims? Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, if you would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ul'dah-Sildeh conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? False balls, don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well, then just tell us one last thing. Who hired you, and where can we find him? Hob, his name is Hob. From what I've said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best cell swords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay, but remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive that they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how all that works, but Hob's got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been, zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient mandible art of parley has procured us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. I mean, he's not completely wrong. Manderville-ness did get us that information. It just wasn't quite parlay. I would hear what this Hob fellow has to say. Come, my ever-loyal associate, let us away to Vesper Bay with all speed. Don't have to tell me twice. God, the amount of times you have to go to Vesper Bay in the quest when Vesper Bay doesn't even have like an aetheryte teleport point. It's so annoying. Uh-oh. We may be too late. Master Hob, is everything quite all right? No, stand back, Ellie! I hunger for your brains. Damn, there's no saving the man. Frelona, do what you must. Oh, okay, no actual combat. So one thing I point out all the time about this game that's always like funny to me is that, like, whenever there's, like, an action sequence in a cutscene, all of your companions will, like, have, like, little moments where they, like, do cool combat and they, like, defeat enemies. They can't do that for your player character, for the Warrior of Light, because your character can be one of many different classes that all have their own unique, like, animation sets. So whenever there's, like, an action scene, the most you will do is see your player character draw their weapon, look intimidating, the camera will cut away, either to black or to, like, your friends fighting, and then cut back to you standing in front of a bunch of fallen bodies as you put your weapon away. Because they cannot animate your character fighting because there's too many possibilities as to how your character can fight. It's the funniest little thing to me once I noticed that that was happening. Work smarter, not harder. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me that this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. It would seem that we were a few moments too late to the scene. A message. And then there was one. There it is again. Something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone or something is watching us. Thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Felice. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I too had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You would do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. And immediately scolding. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when the case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, Inspector? Oh, yes, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? Yep, look away, we had nothing to do with it. I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I might hear whatever it is that you would share with me. A secret vow, oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Felice awaits our report. And back we go. I love you, fat hatchling. I love you. I know I've passed him several times, but it's always fun just seeing the, where am I going? Seeing, the Ganondorf look-alike cosplayer just laying on the floor dead. That's just where he hangs out. Some shifty-looking folk was eyeing the vaults before, but it took off faster than a fleeing cactuar as soon as my gaze met his eyes, or met his. Just as I counted many a girlie on the plains and, oh, it's you.
Yeah, you don't have to pretend for me, buddy. I know. I know your tricks. I know your lies. The news of Hobbs' death did not sit well with Miss Felice, but a gentleman must do what a gentleman must do. A fourth victim? They'll have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? Apparently they're part of a secret society? The Arbiters of Truth. No, it can't be. Somebody help! Uh-oh. Miss Ellie, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. If the vault is elsewhere, why are you all hanging out here? Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me, and I could only... bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of meat, it would seem. Remind me to not get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of the Sultan's Swarm Squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something's amiss. Yes, just admit, Powder. The thief of many faces. To think we would find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this statue to you, Miss Felice. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you would like to wantonly destroy? Hey man, he didn't destroy the powder, he accidentally used the powder. Double layer! What is the meaning of this? Ingenious, a double disguise. Planted by the thief, no doubt to throw us off his trail, or a double disguise planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is, Gig? One of my most capable men. I signed him to the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It's inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? Yeah, she has kind of just disappeared, hasn't she? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... Look at Hildibrand, he's learning. He's actually on, like, the mark this time, or at least a much closer. My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Oh, hi, Greg. How you doing? Did Enkidu enjoy his truffles?
Did Enkidu enjoy her truffles? What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? Just as we are about to make our triumphant return. Isn't that so, Enkidu?
Miss Ellie? Miss Ellie, that shadow you saw, I think it was just a dormouse.
So Miss Ellie sent Nashu away. To think he'd literally stumble face first into the second mask. Good fortune truly knows no end. But worry not. I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve.
Not Nashu! You leave Nashu alone, she's a good girl! How dare you!
How could we have been so blind? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable.
Hey, that's a Sherlock quote.
Beneath the mask, not even the shockingness turn of events will deter the famed agent of inquiry. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie and quickly. Surely if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Felice, I thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildibrand Me. Mind you, it's not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter, stating that a position in the committee had opened and that I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew there were other members of the organization, but I was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such a time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Felice, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here!
You're not Nashu! You're not Nashu, and you can't trick me!
I have powers of fourth wall breaking and seeing things that my character did not. There you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. Sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said that she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. But there wasn't anything there but a dormouse. But it was a really cute dormouse, you see, and it just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Verona, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Yeah, Nashu, do you have any words for us? Where is Miss Ellie? Do you think she went looking for the dormouse too? My apologies, Verona, but I require a moment alone with my thoughts. Yeah, the girl you have a crush on might be, is looking like she's the culprit. It feels bad, dude. I cannot allow my presence to put my men in danger. And they won't, because we're here to protect you. Water-stained letter conspicuously lies on the floor. Be wary and be warned. Or be wary and be warned. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. Well, that's not ominous. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You obtain a sachet of damascene dust. In the next instant, you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Jesus Christ, Godbert, you were very close. If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Fernlona. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Maybe it is the same for you. Yeah, kinda. I love how our character... We had to take a step back just to be all like, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Oh, so this pursuit of your thief of... So your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite an unexpected turn. Now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend? Or mayhap this is but another trap laid by the fiend. Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances have called for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Or anything were to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. Yeah, we have not seen the mother yet. Now have we? She has been referenced many times, but we have not actually met her ourselves yet. Hey. I completely forgot the freaking pink Lalafell is actually interactable before the payoff. I completely forgot you can talk with him right here. Something just isn't right. Yeah, because you're stalking Nashu, and Nashu's now been replaced by an imposter, but nobody knows that yet. Okay, you'll say the same things. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet we have but a single sachet of damascene dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Fernlona. What say you have a few words with each of them and see if aught is amiss? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than becoming one of those things. Vasili's the Phantom Thief. It is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel another truth yet still evades us. Inspector Briarden told me all about it. Who'd have thought Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? It stands to reason. The fiend could not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses, this one's not half the fool his son is. Must elude him and quickly. Time's of the essence. I questioned the Sultan's warrant outside. To a man, they insist that they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands amongst us. Among us. I wish I had a soundboard. Because I hate what I hate what other people have done to my brain. I've never even played Among Us, and yet, every time I see that phrase, I want to play like the little like the little like intro song thing, like the little like dun dun like. God, I need to go outside and touch some grass. Inspector Briarden, I should hope that you are not doubting me. While I am quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I dare say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Ferlona here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not. They'll reporting back within a bell's time. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this, and you'll be changing to the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that is more time than we can afford, Miss Felice. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Elliot has only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. And that leaves myself, Nashu, and Ferlona here. Nashu and I in particular have quite a close and extended relation with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on and ask me anything. Of all the time for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If you ask me anything too obscure, my cover's as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu was so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm a Manderville. Man! Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Kurthis to Thanalan, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, my dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I have never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... Genius, Inspector? Nashu would never insult Hildibrand. Never, ever! The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Looking to the side's not gonna save you. That's not Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different? Well, we caught our culprit. So the letter spoke true. The thing was in our midst all along. My prodigious powers of deduction scream out to me. This woman knows something. I mean, yes. Another two-layered mask, mayhap, but no, this woman bears a striking resemblance to Miss Ellie. I was all but certain that Miss Ellie was our thief. What's the meaning behind this? Or what's the meaning of this? Truths untold. Who is this unfamiliar woman, and what secrets does she hold? Seven hells, done it by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briarden. Once again, you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood. My beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You may call me Cece. Ceci? Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite all right? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sylvan aristocracy. Amused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that stole that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. You gotta admit, it's pretty ingenious. The fact that there's 2, and one of them was with us all along. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we could never have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Old Dawn dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that it was Sildid that turned their own men into zombies. Those histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those that would speak the truth. You would have died. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was old Dodd that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate was built on a lie. What is this madness you speak of, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Old Dahl army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his riding head dropped from his shoulders. That's an image I didn't need, thank you. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed Sultansworn would keep buried in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors of my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel raging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before a proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Old Land vaults. hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 relics from Belladia, 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Silde, before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren that you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. Oh, no, wait, you can't. You'll all be dead! Preposterous! This is so much reading. Help me. Help me. I need to better time my drinks so that I'm actually, you know, staying hydrated and all that. But first, you, my dear. You will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. Uh-oh. Hildibrand? You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville, I can't trust your sorry arse to look after him for a day! Hey, doesn't she look familiar? When we had Ultros leering at a bunch of girls? I knew it! The president's watching over us from the shadows! It was you, my dear wife! Turns out we had seen Hildibrand's mother. Am I to understand that you are Hildibrand's mother? Why are you smiling, Greg? Gilgamesh, are you stupid? Why are you picking out who show up? Aye, now this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to stand a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Fernlona. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Again, I ask, Greg, are you stupid? Do you have pulpitoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse if you haven't bloody noticed. You, Fernlona or something, was it? Hildy told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband here, and look what that got me. He'll help me out, won't he? Welcome to one of the few entities in this entire series that gets to scare your player character. Julian Manderville. Dare say it's quite clear who wears the pants in the family, so to speak. Inspector Hildibrand's mother. Uh-huh. I love her so much, she's great. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him, he's green. Technically he's gray. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie cure, and I know just the remedy. A phial of holy water. A phial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversold rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Hey, thank you for the follow, Evan. Thank you, thank you. Sind got at the markets, sucks the former. The latter you can procure from a lighter by the name of August. Now hurry! Once the poison spurted throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I mean... you know what, never mind. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. I'm doing good. I'm having fun showing y'all, Hildibrand. Ouch, that's smarts! You gads, Hildy. You're looking none too hard at yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling elf. Now, are you gonna accompany Fernlona here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? Yes, but of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sin got sundries, was it? Come now, Fernlona, there's work to be done. Where is that? Right, yes. Over here. Going shopping with Gilgamesh. And his pet chicken. Oversold rags, you say? I fear I've only a single chatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But, my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, hangs in the balance. How are you doing? Hope everything's good. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but alas, a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membranes for these rags, and unless you can offer me the same, no deal. God, you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere from a moment's notice? Is this... I don't remember. This is my favorite game? It's my favorite game that I'm currently playing. I actually don't know what my overall favorite game is, because it changes, like, constantly. I like too many games. Well, look who we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Fun to see you at the markets. Okay, yeah, it is you two. As it happens, I've just returned from my training. The slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to share. Thank you! My lady, you are far too kind! Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Fernlona here, I'd still be tag-teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Yours is Dead by Daylight? I've actually never played Dead by Daylight, and I don't really have an interest to, but I do like watching other people play it. That is definitely a game that, I don't really want to play myself, but I do like watching other people because, shenanigans tend to happen. Take me if that wasn't Oliva the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been glad to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I have half a mind to give you the rack simply for the privilege of meeting her. Kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Fernlona? And with this, our task here is done. Now let's find this traitor named Guest.
suggest you play it because the game is cool? Maybe. Oops, where's... I gotta record back up. Do I stream daily? Nope, I stream Sundays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at 12 p.m. my time, which was about 3 hours ago. This person is also doing the Hildibrand stuff. Because they're here constantly. And I tend to stream until 5 p.m. or until I finish whatever game I am doing. Which is about 2 hours from now. Lumbering Manderville boy's on his last legs and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care? Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves. And yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. The family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthy man. It's a nice schedule for stream, yeah. I like it. Sometimes I think about adding yet another day, but I like my 3 days. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man's on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget, but it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg you, my lady, may I have this dance? Who's speaking? Oh, right, yes. These guys. Ah, Frinlona, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Nope, I'm here to try to save the inspector's life because he's turning into a zombie. Oh, heavens, the inspector! Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening flops and scruffy adventures and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Frinlona with the bottle of twice distilled water that she seeks. Come on, buddy, do you want that dance? You know this woman. If that's the price you should set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? Why don't I have a cool overlay or panel on my stream? If you mean on, like, the view of the game, it's because I want the game to be as big as possible. If you mean the about page, it's because I'm lazy. I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think that he was this beloved by so many, clearly this one would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Frinlona, let us use these goods while there's still time to save him. Other way, other way. Oh God. There we go. Again, the keyboard on my streaming laptop is like narrower than the one I use on the daily, and so every now and then my hands don't like adjust right. Yeah, I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Yep, we got our things. Tattered cloth taken from the raiment of a powerful wraith.
Second pass through, an albumic has removed nearly all the impurities once contained in this water. But it looks attractive on screen? Maybe, but I've noticed that a bunch of the people who, like a bunch of my friends who watch the stream tend to watch on their phone. So the screen's already small. And so if I were to add like, you know, like an overlay to like what, like show chat, I guess, it would just like take up more real estate on their tiny screens. Cause like I don't need to show like, you know, like who was the last subscriber, like who like gifted subs or whatever, because I'm still very small. There's not a point in doing that. Cause the competition isn't fierce. Just try a beer end screen. I have those. It's just I'm playing a game. I have a start soon, the exact same thing but a BRB, and then an end. And I do change to those when needed. It's just that I'm playing and I don't need to. Bloody brilliant! I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. You promise? Excuse me, ma'am? Now just stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. I've lost the accent I was giving her. Thaw ye bloody bugger, guide my skillet! That should stop its spread. No, it's up to Hildy to flesh out what's left of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Do I like to use a VTuber model on my screen? I don't have one. I am debating the idea of making a PNG tuber because I can actually make that one myself. I don't have the know-how to make a VTuber model. And I've thought about it. Not entirely certain if I will or not. I might do it for games that have like a smaller aspect ratio and so there's like, you know, like black bars on the side. And then I can like, you know, like put my little person like in the corner. But for full screen games, I don't know, because I'm gonna have to be blocking something. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Frelona, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildin ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. A nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you just standing around for? The future of old Daw's at stake! Perlona, my strength is yours as well. For old Daw, and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. So if you're still keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not in a... Yes, okay, my lady. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Frelona. That said, the events of the day have given me cause to reflect. Frelona and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. Could use a half-body screen VTuber model because it looks cool. Maybe. As I said, I'm like thinking about it. I'm not sure if I'm going to go through with it or not. I didn't read the line. But alas, not I. No, my only one true friend I have ever known, and only one true friend I have ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me? Even Frelona could not stand against her combined might.
Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to me at my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Egads! Was that a flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me! And what, the crystals? Where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion! Why must you always make me wait so? Well? Looks like Greg has finally found his Enkidu. And Hildibrand is still just dead on the floor. Her last vow. Julian would send you on your way. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's this moon-sick maiden digging around at the still-done excavation site with her mindset on turning Hilda into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. Yes, right, ma'am. Sorry. Don't hurt me with your frying pan. You're scary. To the excavation site. Where is it? Ah, yes, over here. Well, here's some of the group. Artist, may I show you your work just to get your true opinion on it? Are you a VTuber modeler that's just trying to, like, get business? Is that what all this is? Like, you do overlays and VTuber models? We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet, no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses so much as to answer. Needless to say, we've considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. Right? Oops. Am I blind? It's filled to the brim with traitor spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You're our only hope, friend Lona. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth, to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, friend Lona. Surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it's you. Where? Over here, yes. Hey, you guys go. How you guys doing? You just asked for that? You designed all that stuff and you just asked for your opinion. I see. But again, I don't see much of a use to do stream overlays, at least not at this exact moment. And if I do a thing, I would probably just do a PNG tuber rather than an actual VTuber, but I don't know. Oh, I think this girl and her sister were behind the crimes all along. I dare say this realm is awash with capable adversaries. Yeah, we sure are. You do well not to anger the last friend. She's sitting atop an ample supply of that zombie powder, and I suspect that she's not afraid to use it. And you, Briarden? Beggars belief that I could be so blind. All right. There we go.
Prilona, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Cece is already in custody. Surrender now and I'll see it that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Really enjoyed my stream? Well, thank you. Thank you. I may not be a potential customer, unfortunately, but I am still glad I can provide entertainment. Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, even over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the old Don dogs you would defend. At least stop this madness. Sorry, Inspector. Uh-oh. That's a lot of zombies. There's too many of them. Listen, the clothes aren't power inhibitors. I didn't read the line. Well, on a day's work for a Manderville man, and now it's hammer time. Of course it is. Of course it's hammer time. Run, Ashu, run! You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune that you made it this far. And he's as good as 6 foams under. Be forewarned, Gil. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you've underestimated me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. False balls, there's no end to them. We're not liking our chances. Greg, was it? Hey, he's accepted the Greg name. He's no longer fighting it. It's a shame to lose you, Frenlona. Were of light that you are, you might have just served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! Now, well, isn't that a familiar pose? When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors of light shall descend the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword, am I to be believed? No, that pose, these are no 4 warriors of light that I see.
Your gentleman of light! Once again, the Hikari no Senshi, Warrior of Light, versus Hikari no Shinshi, the Gentleman of Light pun. Just so, my good man, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has just made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? We meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my thermal tonic, or I'll fashion myself awake from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Eleazar. Gar, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, her overlord spent some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual undead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity to... I'm just gonna pretend any of this makes sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briarden, you said there was something you would tell me when all this was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of detection are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone that you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone, with whom I intend to never part. I care not if it takes years, or even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? He's posing with the zombies. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Voldal was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but know this. I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. What are you gonna do, Greg? What are you doing? Oh, he's just happy because like, everything's settled, yes? We can now fight, yes? Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me? If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require Forlona's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our two-delayed confrontation is nigh. Really, man? Buddy, we just resolved this. Can we, like, wait? Why the long phrase, friend? But mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Oh! Could it be the Trinity Blade and the true one at last? Got that? None other, and I would not have the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. But I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? And here's Enkidu. Oh, be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. But it was the most curious thing. There I was, holding a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, thinking about how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. And then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was! By the gods, it makes perfect sense! Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend, nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu! So yeah, primals are an entity in this game. They are the equivalent of like icons or eidolons or whatever the hell you want to call them, in other Final Fantasy games. Basically, these are where like the reoccurring like summons take place. Like there's like Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Shiva. All of them are primals, which primals are not true gods per se. At least that's not normally how they present. They are normally the manifestations of a group of desperate people imbued with a bunch of aether, which is like the life magic of this world, in the form of crystals in order to like help save the desperate people. And that will take the form of like, you know, like Enkidu, Titan, Garuda, whoever they like worship. However, primals are not true gods and instead just kind of feed to, like, they exist to like power themselves and like power themselves so that they can get stronger. And primals also have this thing where they can like basically brainwash people to like serve them. That is a process known as tempering. There is no cure for tempering. If you get brainwashed by a primal, that's it. You are brainwashed by the primal. And in the main story, you fight a bunch of primals because due to your little special goddess powers, because we've been blessed, we are immune to being tempered. And so we're often the ones like called in to go fight them because primals need the like life energy, the aether, to exist. But then the stronger they become, the more aether they need to like sustain themselves. And so if primals like exist for too long, they will start to like drain the land that they're in of life. And so that's why you keep needing to like kill them. But this is a unique take on a primal, where rather than a group of desperate people like needing like salvation, the Gilgamesh's desperate want to see his friend again has summoned a primal because he was surrounded by crystals. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Because one person is not normally supposed to be enough to summon a primal. You normally need a group of really desperate people to summon one. However, Enkidu also is an exception because the primals also exist not only to sustain themselves, but also to satisfy whatever plea summoned them into existence. So normally they're like, you know, like, oh, I need to protect or I need to attack or whatever. Because Primal Enkidu here was summoned by just, I want my friend back from Gilgamesh. Primal Enkidu here is not actually like as hostile as other primals are. Like, she has no need to like enslave people and like brainwash them. Because she's like, oh, I just need to exist and be there for Gilgamesh. I can do that. Verlona, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. I, Enkidu, and I shall await you at Amador Keep. Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for a climactic confrontation? If you would claim the Treaty Blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies! 2 against 1, that is not very gentlemanly of you, Greg! Come, Verlona, to Ambador! Andapur. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one could summon a primal on his own. Must send word to the Scions at once. Hey, no need, I'm here. I'm a Scion. Oh, but of course. I'd nearly forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Verlona, you're the only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. To M4 then. Oh yeah, I should probably say hi to everyone before we go. Look at the Inspector go! I'm right behind you, Inspector! And with that, my work here is done. You're by far the least incompetent associate I have encountered in my travels. For preserving some shred of my sanity, you have my thanks. That said, my time in this land was not a total loss. My experiences here have taught me an important lesson. That this world and the fools who populate it rarely, if ever, abide by the principles of logic. Should serve me well in my future cases. And most importantly of all, I will leave here with a vow that has greatly given my life new meaning. But this is no time for sentiment. So yeah, this is going to be the last we see of Briarden for the Hildibrand stuff. But we will, or rather, if you guys want, we could see him again, because in Heaven's Word, there is, okay, I can't look at it unless I suspend. There is another questline in Heaven's Ward that actually brings Briarden back, where he doesn't have to, like, compete with Hildibrand and Hildibrand's nonsense. And if you guys want it, I can also maybe show that off, too. Sorry for deceiving you, Verlona. What it's worth, it wasn't personal. Also, I have hiccups help. 1 second, I'm gonna try to get rid of them. Alright, hopefully those, never mind, they're back. Fuck. After 400 years, this might very well spell the end of the Arbiters of Truth. Whether or not to replace the Fallen is a decision for my superiors to make. In either event, I have decided to renounce my position. I thought they were but white lies, but I have seen firsthand the suffering they can cause. Ellie, forgive me. The gentlemen of light! Core, they're every bit as radiant as I pegged them to be. One day I'll be a hero myself, just you watch. Oh, I knew that if anything could bring Hildy back from the undead, it would surely be my dear wife's hand mixed holy water. That's the world-class culinarian I married. All's well that ends well, eh, Verlona? Hildy's undead acquaintances were kind enough to make an appearance at my request. Who would have thought that zombies could be such gentlemen? I reckon it must be my son's good influence. Yeah, the zombies that Hildibrand has run into are actually very, like, nice and polite.
And of course you are.
Is that you, Forlorna? Please forgive me. I was right on Greg's tail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention.
Oh, you didn't... You didn't get, like, thrown into the ground this time. This is of your own volition.
I will be concluding my investigation forthwith. In the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together we will reclaim the Trinity Blade from that knave Forlorna. Yes, just go on ahead. I will be along directly.
Battle in the Big Keep. Alright, let's, tank it up, because tanks for some reason have the shortest queue times, even compared to healers. Battle in the Big Keep. How many realms has he traversed, and how many rivals has he felled? Gilgamesh journeys ever onward in his unending quest for the strongest of weapons, but the road is long and lonesome, and a painted rooster, loyal and noble as the bird may be, can bring a man only so much comfort in the darkest and most trying of times. So it was that Gilgamesh turned to the heavens, pleading to be reunited with a long-lost companion. Be it by fortune or fate, his prayers were heard, and the stage for the final confrontation is set. To the victor goes the Trinity Blade. Alright, and hopefully this doesn't take too long, because I don't know how to fill the void if it does. What to talk about? If there's anything to talk about. Oh, never mind. We got it. Thank you, tanks, for the instant queue times. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. So yeah, this is again another fight where both tanks get to tank. One person gets to tank Enkidu, the other person gets to tank Gilgamesh. So yeah, as somebody has clearly shown with waymarkers, you don't want to really fight Gilgamesh. The second tank should take Gilgamesh to keep him away from everybody else. If he, he would fucking behave. While everybody else focuses on Enkidu. This is because Enkidu will heal Gilgamesh if he takes too much damage, and there's no way to outpace the healing that Enkidu does. So while one tank distracts Gilgamesh, everybody else needs to kill Enkidu as fast as possible to move on to the next phase. He will also turn people into chickens. Chickens will not take damage from the giant tornadoes, and therefore should be, would take very little damage from the tornadoes. Therefore should be the ones to do it. To, get rid of them. Oh god, everyone's taking a lot of damage, and I don't know why. And there we go, that's Enkidu down, so that is phase 1 done. Enkidu, are the bonds of our friendship so fragile? So yeah, unfortunately we did have to re-kill, Enkidu. Me, run away! Ha, I was but seeking out a more suitable spot for our final confrontation. But enough exposition, now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it's transmogrifying time!
And here is Gilgamesh's true form, with many more arms and weapons of which to fight us with.
The mightiest warrior to ever grace the Earth stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself!
Take off my tank stance so that they can main tank and I can glorify DPS. So yeah, this fight is very similar to what we just encountered, and also his fight on the big bridge. He has several danger puddles that you have to avoid.
You have some skill, but something.
Then there are also these crosshairs that you have to make sure that you're not on the opaque bits when they go off, or else you take big damage. He will try to tether someone. The closer the tether is to Gilgamesh, the more the less damage it takes. So you want to try to like get them out as quickly as possible. So if you're the one being tethered, you want to run away. Everybody else should try to focus on getting rid of them as fast as possible.
Someone just broke the dragon!
All right, and then he will summon these dragon heads, which should ideally be killed as fast as possible because they bring out even more danger puddles.
Like this!
You want to try to kill as many of them as you can before they go off and do a big attack. There we go. And he chained somebody up again. Yeah, Gilgamesh unfortunately isn't that too hard of a fight. It's mostly just break the chains and avoid danger puddles, kill the dragon heads. More danger puddles. Yeah, he summons lightning balls, which is like, hey, basically stay away. It's all just danger puddles all the way down. And we can just focus on Gilgamesh. The dragon heads aren't going to have a chance to do anything.
To think that my full complement of arms would avail me not.
There's somebody with a chocobo head.
No more hijinks from Gilgamesh, you have my word. Trinity Blade 2, I shall return. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled whatever. I can't read fast enough. I was also trying to, like, make sure I GG'd. Thanks for the fight, Greg.
Never, never again. This I do solemnly swear.
Well, hey, Primal Enkidu is gone, but you still have Chicken Enkidu.
Not. I lied again. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. The thirst for true power, and not save the strongest of all swords. Warrior of Light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as day surely follows night, the hour will come again when I claim it as mine. Till we meet again.
Woo.
What ho, Frenlona? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead them to me at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won. That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood. Worry not, my ever loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Everywhere? We're in the forest.
Oh, they've all come.
Frenlona, what news of the primal and the treaty blade?
Beaten and, restored, regotten, whatever, recovered, that's the word.
Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship. At once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They are the greatest treasures of the lost Sildil. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged your ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know these lost long relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might have still had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation was this? Rings cast open the doors of justice. Wise men appear with the verdict true. Asmia's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the treaty blade, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Well, Hildibrand is back? Over here, friends! Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yeah, just like that. I swear unto you, and then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation?
Ridiculous! Hildibrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the Treaty Blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it! I won't be able to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this, or I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Skyward ho! And there he goes, Team Rocket blasting off again. Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the Treaty Blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. Suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector! Inspector, wait for me! Those balls, Hildy. First you almost died at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye? Oh, it appears that a case of Wonderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as it has many a mannerful man before him. Godspeed, my boy. And when the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the sole dedication of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light? Well, the Treaty Blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. Again, this is relying on a pun in the Japanese version, where senshi for warrior and shinshi for gentleman are very similar words. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Biladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes, it's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. It's what he's best at! And I love him all for it. Gentleman to the end. The bloody bastard. You ever wonder what happens to Team Rocket after they get blasted off? What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wrong want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there, till we meet again! And that is the ARR branch, or the ARR arc, of Hildibrand. For those of you who are lurking, because I'm hoping that there's somebody just lurking and I haven't been talking to myself for like half this stream. Hey, you're free of Hildibrand. You don't have to worry about it anymore. At least for now. Hildibrand will return? Yes, but not for a bit. Because next week, Metal Gear Solid 3 will begin. And after that, Hey, I know none of you care about 14 and most of y'all didn't watch this. I don't give a shit. There's more Hildibrand after that. Metal Gear Solid 3 and then more Hildibrand, because I don't care. I will inflict Hildibrand upon you and you will like it. But yeah, that is Hildibrand. If you complete her last vow, you get a minion of Hildibrand. Here, where he, like, you know, follows you around, and then if I idle long enough and he does his pose, he will do his pose and summon a little Nashu. Please? For me? I don't know how long I have to be idle for before you do it. I'm going to just, you know, do it over here, just in case. And you also, there we go. There's the pose in the little Nashu. So yeah, you may also, once you also complete this branch, you get a new title. Titles are a thing that you can affix to your character, like mine is currently Sworn Protector. You can change them at any time, so I have a lot of titles because I've done a bunch of things. For completing the ARR branch for Hildibrand, you get... Where is it? Where are you? Gentleman, if you have a male player character, or gentlewoman, if you are female. And I think those are the main things you get. Where's my Sworn Protector? Where's Sworn Protector? Where are you? Freaking, Where's Sworn Protector? I don't know what order this is. There you are. I'll return to default position. Let me hide my name again. And yeah, that is going to be Hildibrand. I am not going to raid anyone because, again, I don't know if anyone's actually even here anymore. But yeah, hopefully, y'all enjoyed it. You better, because again, I don't care if this did really poorly. I'm doing more of it. I'm streaming the games I want to play, not what you want to see. If there's overlap, great. If not, suffer. But yeah, I hope you'll have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all on Sunday for more Wind Waker. And again, next Thursday is the start of Metal Gear Solid 3. Bye-bye.